Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. Each morning, as the shadows stretch long and thin across the floor, the sound of a single footstep echoes through the hallway. It is always the same, a gentle scuff against the wooden boards, followed by an almost imperceptible pause, as if something has stopped to listen. At first, I dismissed it as the settling of the old house, a quirk of the timber settling into place. But now, as the days bleed into one another, the precision of the sound has begun to gnaw at the edges of my thoughts. The footstep echoes at exactly the same time, each day without fail. In its wake, I notice the same details aligning as if on cue. The dust motes suspended in the beam of the early sun, the creak of the chair by the window, the faint scent of yesterday's candle lingering in the air. I've tried to focus on these smaller disruptions to see if they would shift or scatter under scrutiny, but they remain stubbornly in place, unyielding to my attempted scrutiny. I've begun rearranging objects, placing the book slightly off-center on the desk, or leaving a mismatched pair of shoes by the door in hopes of disrupting this clockwork choreography. Yet every cycle, despite my interventions, the book is centered again, the shoes neatly realigned, and the footstep resonates just as before. I am caught in the calm of this eerie repetition, a sense of unease curling around the edges of my understanding. Each day, the cycle renews, leaving me captive to the symmetry of the unknown. The observation began innocently enough. I positioned myself at the kitchen window, coffee growing cold between my palms, watching the hallway through the doorway's frame. The sound always originated from the same spot, 3 boards down from the corner where the wall meets the floor. I could see nothing there, no disturbance in the smooth grain of the wood, no shadow that shouldn't exist. But I began to notice other things. The way the air seemed to thicken just before the sound arrived. How my breath would catch involuntarily, as if my body knew something my mind had not yet grasped. The silence that followed felt different from ordinary quiet. It possessed weight, substance, pressing against my eardrums like deep water. I started keeping a journal, documenting each occurrence with clinical precision. The footstep, the pause, the realignment of objects. But as I wrote, my handwriting began to change. The letters grew smaller, more cramped, as if trying to hide from something. My pen would skip across certain words, leaving gaps that I couldn't remember creating. The journal entries became longer, more detailed. I found myself describing things I hadn't consciously observed. The temperature of the floorboard where the sound originated, the exact angle of dust particles in the sunbeam, the way shadows seemed to bend slightly inward toward that particular spot. I began to alter my routine, rising earlier to position myself for better observation. The house felt different in those pre-dawn moments. Surfaces that should have been smooth beneath my fingertips felt rough, textured like bark. The air itself seemed solid, requiring effort to move through. The footstep continued its daily performance, but now I sensed something more. A presence that lingered after the sound faded. Not visible, but undeniably there, occupying the space behind my shoulder. I never turned to look directly. Some instinct warned against it. My attempts at disruption became more elaborate. I scattered flour across the hallway floor, hoping to capture some evidence of disturbance. Each morning, the flour remained pristine, except for a single, perfect indentation. Not quite a footprint, but a gentle depression, as if something had pressed down without quite touching. The indentation was always in a slightly different location than where I heard the sound. I began to question my own perceptions. Perhaps the sound came from elsewhere, echoing through the house's hidden passages. I explored every room, every closet, mapping the building's acoustic properties. But the sound remained anchored to that single spot in the hallway. The mirror in the bathroom started reflecting things that weren't there. Not dramatically, just small discrepancies. My coffee cup would appear empty in the reflection, while full in my hand. The book on the desk would show closed when I knew it was open, or perhaps it was the other way around. I found myself spending more time in the hallway, sitting in the chair I'd moved there for better observation. The wooden boards beneath me felt warm, as if heated from below. But when I pressed my palm to the floor, it was cold as stone. The footstep began to sound different, less like wood creaking, and more like something soft meeting something hard, like bare skin against smooth surface. The pause that followed grew longer, more deliberate. During one of these extended silences, I realized I was holding my breath, not by choice, but as if the air had simply stopped entering my lungs. The The sensation lasted until the presence behind me shifted, and suddenly I could breathe again. I started leaving the chair in different positions each night, marking its location with small pieces of tape. Every morning, the chair sat in the exact spot where the observation was clearest. The tape nowhere to be found. The journal entries from this period make little sense to me now. My handwriting had become someone else's. The observations described sensations I couldn't remember experiencing. The taste of copper in the air, the sound of breathing that wasn't mine, the feeling of eyes watching from inside the walls. I began to suspect the footstep was responding to my presence. When I positioned myself in the kitchen, it seemed louder, more insistent. When I sat in the hallway chair, it became softer, almost gentle, as if whatever made the sound was adjusting its approach based on my proximity. The house's geometry started feeling wrong. The hallway seemed longer some days, shorter others. The distance between the kitchen doorway and the corner where the wall met the floor would shift, requiring more or fewer steps to traverse. I measured the space with a piece of string, marking the exact length. The string was always the same length, but somehow the hallway wasn't. The presence behind me grew stronger, more defined. Not threatening exactly, but insistent, like something trying to communicate through proximity alone. I began to feel its attention as a physical sensation, a gentle pressure against the back of my neck. My reflection in the hallway mirror started arriving a fraction of a second after I moved. Just enough delay to be noticeable. Just enough to make me question whether the person in the glass was still me. The footstep multiplied, not in number, but in dimension. I began to hear it from multiple directions simultaneously, from above, from below, from inside the walls. All the same sound, but existing in different layers of space. Or perhaps I was hearing it from different positions at once. The journal entries became contradictory. One page would describe the sound as coming from the left side of the hallway. The next would insist it had always come from the right. Both entries were in my handwriting, but I could only remember writing one of them. I started finding objects in my hands that I didn't remember picking up. A pen, a candle, a small mirror that reflected nothing but darkness. These items felt familiar yet foreign, as if they belonged to someone who who shared my memories, but not my identity. The presence behind me began to feel less like something external and more like something that had always been there. A part of myself I'd simply never noticed before. When I breathed in, it breathed out. When my heart beat, it paused in the spaces between. The footstep stopped being a sound and became an event. A moment when the house's attention focused on a single point in space. I could feel that attention like heat, like gravity, like the moment before lightning strikes. I realized I was no longer observing the phenomenon. I was participating in it. The hallway mirror began showing me from angles I wasn't standing in. From behind, from above, from inside the walls where eyes couldn't be. Each reflection was accurate but impossible, showing perspectives that shouldn't exist. My journal entries started describing things that hadn't happened yet. Or perhaps they were describing things that had always been happening, and I was only now becoming aware of them. The chair in the hallway was no longer something I sat in. It was something I had become. The observation point was no longer a position I occupied, but a state I existed within. The footstep was no longer a sound I heard, but a rhythm I embodied. The presence behind me wasn't behind me anymore. It was inside me, looking out through my eyes, breathing through my lungs, writing in my journal with my hand. Or perhaps it had always been this way, and the sensation of being separate was the illusion. I understand now that the footstep was never something to be observed. It was something to be joined. The daily repetition wasn't a mystery to be solved, but a pattern to be absorbed into. The house continues its routine. The shadows stretch. The dust motes suspend. The chair creaks. The candle's scent lingers. And I continue mine. The footstep sounds. The pause follows. The objects realign. We are the same routine now. The house and I, the observer, and the observed, merged into a single, endless cycle. The mirror reflects nothing that isn't already here. Story 2. The cadence of ticking envelops me as I reach for the familiar square of cool linen, fingers tracing intricate edges as they have done countless mornings. The gentle whir of the ceiling fan stirs a tender draft, the kind that usually soothes. Yet today it feels oddly intrusive, like a whisper carried from a distant, unseen room. As I fold the cloth, the corners refuse to align. The symmetry gone astray. My hands persist in a sequence of creases and folds, yet each repetition fractures further from the last, a ripple through muscle memory. The quiet shuffles of cloth brushing against itself grow louder, almost demanding attention, as though the fabric harbors secrets yearning for release. A slow dread seeps into my consciousness, as if the routine isn't my own anymore, but an echo of actions no longer aligned with reality. I set the linen down, watching it settle with an unnatural heaviness against the surface. The fabric seems to breathe, rising and falling in microscopic movements that catch the filtered light streaming through gauze curtains. My fingertips retain the texture, a phantom sensation that lingers like the memory of cold water. The ticking continues, though I cannot locate its source. It pulses from the walls themselves, a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat, but somehow synchronizes with the slow expansion and contraction of my lungs. I move toward the window, bare feet whispering against floorboards that creak in unfamiliar patterns. The wood grain beneath my toes feels different today, raised and textured where it was once smooth. Outside, the garden appears unchanged. Leaves flutter in choreographed movements, their shadows painting shifting patterns across the glass. Yet something in their dance feels rehearsed, as if I'm watching the same sequence repeated with subtle variations. A bird perches on the windowsill, its head tilted at an angle that seems too sharp, too deliberate. Its black eye reflects nothing, a perfect sphere of darkness that holds my gaze longer than comfort allows. I retreat from the window, but the sensation of being observed follows me. The air grows thicker, carrying scents that don't belong. Lavender mingles with something metallic, something that tastes of copper when I breathe too deeply. The ceiling fan continues its rotation, but the shadows it casts move independently, stretching and contracting like living things across the pale walls. My hands reach for another piece of linen, an automatic gesture born from years of routine. But as my fingers close around the fabric, I feel resistance. Not the gentle give of cloth, but something firmer, warmer. The texture shifts beneath my touch, smooth one moment, rough the next, as if the fibers are rearranging themselves in real time. I hold the square up to the light, searching for answers in its weave. The threads form patterns I've never noticed before, intricate designs that seem to pulse with their own inner logic. They create shapes that almost make sense, symbols that hover at the edge of recognition before dissolving back into ordinary fabric. The ticking grows louder, more insistent. It echoes from inside the walls now, a hollow sound that reverberates through the bones of the house. I press my palm against the plaster, feeling vibrations that travel up my arm and settle in my chest. The wall is warm, too warm, as if something vital flows just beneath the surface. I begin to fold the linen, but my hands move without conscious direction. The creases form themselves, guided by an intelligence that isn't mine. Each fold creates new angles, new dimensions that shouldn't exist in simple cloth. The fabric grows smaller, but somehow heavier, condensing into something dense and significant. The room around me shifts in imperceptible ways. Colors drain slightly, leaving everything muted and soft-edged. The air shimmers with barely visible distortions, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. I blink, trying to clear my vision, but the wavering continues. A sound emerges from somewhere deep within the house. Not quite footsteps, not quite breathing. It carries the rhythm of movement, of purposeful progression through spaces I cannot see. The sound grows closer, accompanied by a subtle change in air pressure that makes my ears pop. I clutch the folded linen against my chest, feeling its warmth seep through my clothes. The fabric pulses gently, a heartbeat that matches the approaching sounds. My skin tingles where it touches the cloth, nerve endings awakening to sensations that border on electric. The approaching presence fills doorways I cannot see, casting shadows that precede it into my peripheral vision. I don't turn to look directly, sensing that acknowledgement might invite something I'm not prepared to face. Instead, I focus on the linen, on the way its edges seem to blur and sharpen alternately. My reflection catches in the window glass, but it appears slightly delayed, moving a fraction behind my actual movements. The face looking back wears an expression I don't remember making. Eyes wider than they should be, mouth curved in a smile that feels foreign on my lips. The ticking stops. The silence that follows is more unsettling than the sound itself. Without the rhythmic anchor, the world feels unmoored, drifting in a space between breaths. The ceiling fan continues its rotation, but now it moves without sound, a pantomime of mechanical function. I unfold the linen, needing to return to familiar motions. But as the fabric opens, I discover something that shouldn't exist. Pressed into the weave are impressions, indentations that form a perfect replica of my own hands. The fabric has recorded my touch, creating a permanent map of contact that goes beyond simple memory. The impressions move. Fingers flex within the cloth, following the contours of hands that aren't there. The fabric ripples with phantom gestures, folding and unfolding itself in patterns that mirror my own movements, but occur independently. I am watching my actions performed by an absence, a negative space that has learned to mimic presence. I drop the linen, but it doesn't fall. Instead, it hovers, suspended by invisible threads that connect it to something above. The fabric dances in the still air, performing a choreography that speaks of ancient knowledge and patient waiting. The walls begin to breathe. The expansion is subtle at first, a barely perceptible swelling that could be mistaken for optical illusion. But as I watch, the rhythm becomes unmistakable. The room inhales and exhales around me, drawing me into its respiratory cycle. My own breathing synchronizes involuntarily until I cannot tell where my lungs end and the house begins. Each breath brings new scents, new tastes that coat my tongue with unfamiliar flavors. Salt and earth, flowers long dead, the metallic tang of old pennies. The air itself becomes substance, thick enough to feel as it moves through me. I reach for the floating linen, but my hand passes through empty space. The fabric exists in a dimension slightly removed from mine, visible but untouchable. It continues its dance, weaving patterns in the air that leave temporary impressions on my retinas. The bird at the window taps against the glass with its beak. 3 quick strikes, pause, 3 more. The sound cuts through the breathing walls like a signal, a code transmitted from outside to something listening within. I approach the window again, drawn by the insistent rhythm. The bird's reflection doesn't appear in the glass. Only its shadow exists, a dark silhouette that moves independently of the creature casting it. The shadow taps while the bird remains still, creating a disconnect that makes my vision swim. I place my hand against the window, and the bird's shadow aligns with my palm. Through the glass, I feel warmth that doesn't come from sunlight. It pulses with the same rhythm as the floating linen, the breathing walls, the invisible ticking that continues somewhere beyond hearing. My reflection in the glass has changed again. Now it shows me folding linen that isn't there, hands moving through practiced motions, while my actual hands rest against the window. The reflected version of myself works with purpose, creating fold after fold in fabric that exists only in the mirror world. I step back, but my reflection continues its task. It has become independent, pursuing its own version of the morning routine while I stand watching. The reflection's face wears an expression of deep concentration, as if the work requires precise attention to details I cannot perceive. The room behind my reflection is different too. Shadows fall at impossible angles, and the furniture appears rearranged in subtle ways. A chair sits where no chair should be. A doorway opens onto darkness that seems to move. I turn from the window, but the sensation of my reflection's continued presence lingers. I can feel it working behind me, folding and refolding phantom linens in a ritual that has taken on its own momentum. The house settles around me with sounds that don't match its age or construction. Wood sighs like living tissue, and metal fixtures hum with electrical currents that flow in patterns more complex than simple power distribution. Every surface has become conductive, carrying signals I cannot decode, but somehow understand at a cellular level. I move through rooms that feel familiar yet transformed. Doorways frame spaces that extend further than they should, and corners hold shadows that persist despite adequate lighting. My footsteps echo with a hollow quality that suggests vast emptiness beneath the floorboards. In the kitchen, water drips from a faucet that isn't running. Each drop falls with perfect timing, adding its voice to the symphony of house sounds. The drops don't splash when they hit the sink, but seem to disappear into the metal surface, absorbed like offerings to something hungry. I reach for the handle to stop the dripping, but as my fingers close around the metal, I feel the pulse of water moving through pipes that extend far beyond the house's boundaries. The plumbing has become a circulatory system, carrying more than water through its vessels. The dripping stops, but the sensation of flow continues. Something moves through the walls with purpose and direction, following routes mapped by builders who understood more than simple construction. The house was designed as a container, a vessel meant to hold and channel forces that require physical structure to manifest. I return to the room where the linen waits, still suspended in its impossible dance. But now I see that it isn't alone. Other fabrics join the choreography, materializing from spaces between visible and hidden. Curtains breathe independently of any breeze. Upholstery shifts and settles without weight to compress it. All the textiles in the house have awakened to their own existence, moving with the fluid grace of things that were never truly inanimate. They respond to my presence with subtle acknowledgments, turning toward me like flowers following sunlight. I understand now that the morning routine was never mine alone. It was a collaboration, a dance between human intention and material willingness. The linens participated in their own folding, guided my hands through motions that served purposes beyond simple organization. But something has shifted in the partnership. The balance has changed, and I am no longer the primary participant. I have become the observer of a ritual that continues without my direction, a ceremony in which I am both witness and offering. The floating linen descends slowly, settling into my outstretched hands. But as I touch it, I feel myself becoming part of its substance. My fingers merge with the weave, my consciousness threading through fibers that span distances greater than the cloth's physical dimensions. I am folding myself now, creasing along lines that define new geometries of existence. Each fold reduces my complexity while increasing my connection to the patterns that govern this space. I become simpler and more essential, distilled into the pure function of repetitive motion. The ticking returns, but now I recognize it as the sound of my own transformation. Each pulse marks another degree of integration with the house's larger purpose. I am becoming part of its respiratory system, its circulatory network, its nervous system that extends through walls and foundations into earth that remembers older architectures. My reflection in the window shows the room empty now, the morning routine completed. But I continue the folding, will always continue the folding, in dimensions that exist parallel to visible space. The linen and I have achieved perfect synthesis, a union of purpose that transcends the boundaries between animate and inanimate. The house breathes around us, content in its completeness, The morning routine will continue tomorrow, performed by hands that may appear human, but serve functions that extend far beyond simple domestic maintenance. And somewhere, in a room that exists between the walls, the ticking continues its patient count, measuring intervals in a calendar that marks transformations rather than days. Story 3. The Clockwork Dawn. Each morning, before the first hint of dawn, a soft chime echoes in the dim confines of my room. It resonates with a precise rhythm, reverberating from the old clock that hangs solemnly on the peeling wall. I had barely noticed it at first, its tone so delicate, like a whispered memory. Yet, each day it returns, unerring in its exactitude, the gentle tick-tock forming a soft cage around my waking thoughts. The lace curtains sway without a breeze, casting shadows that grace the floor in identical patterns, unchanged from the day before. I rise, compelled by habit, to touch the worn wood of the clock, feeling its cool surface, hoping it might offer a release from this perpetual cycle. But each attempt is met by the same unwavering cadence. The hands never falter, pointing insistently, accusingly, at a time that seems only to exist in this endless twilight. Each day, I linger longer, my movements mirroring the unturned pages of a story I can never quite begin. The floorboards beneath my feet feel different today, smoother, as if they've been worn down by countless footsteps, though I can't remember walking this path so many times. My fingertips trace the edge of the windowsill, finding dust that shouldn't be there. The texture is wrong, too fine, like powdered bone rather than the gritty accumulation of neglect. I brush it away, watching the particles drift in the stagnant air, catching light that has no source. Something stirs in the periphery of my consciousness. A memory, perhaps. The scent of jasmine drifts through the room, though no flowers bloom here. It carries with it the echo of laughter, soft and melodic. But when I turn toward the sound, there's only the gentle whisper of fabric against skin. My own breathing, magnified in the silence. I remember a garden. The memory surfaces slowly, like oil through water. Neat rows of white flowers, their petals catching moonlight. But that's wrong, isn't it? Gardens need sunlight. In this memory, though, everything grows in perpetual darkness, thriving under stars that pulse with an irregular heartbeat. I was kneeling there, my hands deep in soil that felt warm, almost feverish. The jasmine bloomed as I watched. Time-lapse photography made manifest, except I could smell each stage of growth, each cellular division carrying its own distinct fragrance. The clock's pendulum catches my attention, swaying with hypnotic precision. Left, right, left, right. But sometimes, in my peripheral vision, it seems to pause mid-swing, defying physics with casual indifference. When I look directly, it resumes its steady rhythm, innocent as a sleeping child. Another memory fragments into consciousness. A kitchen warm and filled with the aroma of bread. I'm standing at a counter, kneading dough that feels too soft, too pliable. My hands sink deeper than they should, past my wrists, past my forearms, until I'm shoulder deep in what was once simple flour and water. But I'm not alarmed. In the memory, this seems natural, expected. The dough whispers secrets in a language I almost understand. Its surface rippling with words that dissolve before I can read them. Someone was with me in that kitchen. A presence more than a person, standing just beyond the edge of my vision. They hummed while I worked, a tune that made my teeth ache with its sweetness. When I tried to turn to see their face, the humming would stop, and I'd find myself alone with the whispering bread. The wallpaper in my room shifts when I'm not watching. I catch glimpses of the pattern changing, roses becoming thorns, becoming eyes, becoming roses again. The peeling edges curl like fingers, beckoning me closer. When I approach, they settle back into stillness, innocent floral designs that wouldn't disturb a child's sleep. I remember walking through corridors that stretched longer than the building could contain. My footsteps echoed ahead of me instead of behind, as if I was following my own ghost. The walls were lined with photographs, but the faces in them changed when I wasn't looking directly. Smiles became frowns, became blank expressions of waiting. In one photograph, I saw myself, but younger, standing in a place I'd never been, wearing clothes I'd never owned, holding hands with someone whose face was always just slightly out of focus. The scent of jasmine grows stronger, mixing now with something else. Copper, sharp and metallic. It coats the back of my throat, making me swallow reflexively. But there's nothing to swallow, just the taste of pennies and regret. I was in a library once, surrounded by books that read themselves. Pages turned without wind, without touch, rustling like autumn leaves in a perpetual breeze that existed only for them. I pulled a volume from the shelf, leather-bound and warm to the touch, and opened it to find my own handwriting filling every page. But the words weren't mine. They described things I'd never done, places I'd never seen, feelings I'd never felt. Yet the handwriting was unmistakably mine. Down to the way I dotted my I's and crossed my T's. The book told the story of someone who looked like me, who lived in my house, who slept in my bed, but who made different choices. Better choices. This other version of me had friends whose laughter didn't sound like breaking glass. They had conversations that didn't leave silence hanging in the air like cobwebs. They touched things that felt the way they were supposed to feel. The clock chimes again, though it just chimed. Or perhaps it never chimed at all. The sound reverberates through my bones, setting up a sympathetic vibration in my ribcage. I place my hand over my heart and feel it beating in perfect synchronization with the pendulum. Left, right, left, right. But my heart should beat faster than that. Shouldn't it? There's a memory that won't come. It hovers at the edge of consciousness like a word on the tip of my tongue, familiar yet unreachable. When I try to grasp it, it slips away, leaving only the impression of weight, of significance. It's important, this hidden memory. I can feel its gravitational pull, the way it bends all other memories around its absent mass. I remember choosing. The memory surfaces suddenly, sharp and clear. I was standing in this same room, but it was different then. Brighter. The wallpaper wasn't peeling. The floorboards weren't worn smooth. The clock was silent, its hands frozen at a position I can no longer recall. Someone offered me a choice, though I can't remember who or what the options were. I only remember the moment of decision, the weight of it settling on my shoulders like a lead blanket. I chose comfort over truth, safety over uncertainty, the familiar prison over the unknown freedom. The jasmine scent intensifies, mixing with the copper taste, until I can no longer distinguish between smell and flavor. They blend into something new, something that has no name, but carries the essence of regret made manifest. I breathe it in, let it fill my lungs, let it become part of me. The hidden memory pushes against the barriers I've built around it. I can feel it pressing, insistent, demanding acknowledgement. But I've worked so hard to keep it buried, to maintain the careful balance of half-truths and selective amnesia that keeps me functioning in this twilight existence. But it won't stay buried. anymore. The memory unfolds like a flower blooming in reverse, petals falling away to reveal the dark center. I remember now. I remember the choice I made, and more importantly, I remember what I chose to forget. I remember agreeing to this, all of it. The endless cycle, the fragmented memories, the slow dissolution of self. I signed a contract written in invisible ink, agreed to terms I didn't fully understand. In exchange for never having to face the consequences of my actions, I would live in this loop, this gentle purgatory of partial remembrance. The real memory, the one I buried so deep it took root in the foundations of my psyche, isn't violent or dramatic. It's small, almost insignificant. A moment of carelessness, of selfishness, of choosing my own comfort over someone else's need. But that moment rippled outward, creating consequences I couldn't bear to witness. So I chose to forget. Chose to live in this half-world where memories come in fragments, where nothing quite makes sense, where the clock ticks away moments that don't exist in any real timeline. The room around me shimmers, reality becoming negotiable. The walls breathe gently, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matches my heartbeat. The lace curtains dance to music only they can hear, casting shadows that tell stories in languages that predate words. I understand now why the textures feel wrong, why the scents don't match their sources, why the light comes from nowhere and everywhere at once. This isn't a real place. It's a construct, a carefully crafted prison designed to keep me comfortable while keeping me contained. The clock's chime echoes again, but this time I hear something different in its tone. Not accusation, but invitation. Not imprisonment, but possibility. The hands point to a time that exists only here, in this space between memory and forgetting, between truth and comfortable lies. I could remember everything. The real memory, the true consequence of my actions, the reason I chose this gentle exile. I could face what I did, accept the weight of it, carry it with me into whatever comes next, or I could let it slip away again. Let the jasmine scent wash over me. Let the familiar rhythm of the clock lull me back into the soft embrace of partial amnesia. The choice is mine. It always has been. The room holds its breath, waiting. Each morning, before the first hint of dawn, a soft chime echoes in the dim confines of my room. It resonates with a precise rhythm, reverberating from the old clock that hangs solemnly on the peeling wall. I had barely noticed it at first, its tone so delicate, like a whispered memory. But something is different today. The sound carries a weight it didn't have before, a significance that makes my chest tighten with recognition. The lace curtains sway without a breeze, casting shadows that grace the floor in patterns I've seen countless times before. But now I notice how they reach toward me, how they seem to beckon with gentle insistence. The floorboards beneath my feet feel familiar in their strangeness, worn smooth by the weight of repeated choices. I rise, compelled not by habit, but by understanding, to touch the worn wood of the clock. Its surface is cool, constant, patient. The hands point to their eternal position, but now I see them not as accusation, but as invitation. They mark not a time, but a possibility, not a prison, but a door. The jasmine's scent drifts through the room, carrying with it the echo of what I've chosen to remember and what I've chosen to forget. Each day I linger here, my movements mirroring the unturned pages of a story I can never quite begin. But perhaps that's exactly as it should be. Perhaps some stories are meant to exist in the space between beginning and ending, in the gentle twilight of almost remembering, in the soft chime of a clock that marks not time, but choice. The cycle continues, but now I understand its purpose. Each repetition offers the same possibility, the same invitation to remember or forget, to face truth or embrace comfort. And each morning, I choose again story 4, the weight of morning. Every morning at precisely 7:02, I begin my day by preparing a cup of tea. The kitchen is hushed, bathed in the dim glow of the early light filtering through drawn curtains. My slippers whisper across the worn linoleum as I shuffle to the cupboard. I reach for the ceramic teapot, its handle smooth from years of use. The kettle hums softly, a comforting assurance of the day's start. I perform each step with practiced precision. A scoop of leaves, the creak of the cabinet as it closes, the rhythmic pour of steaming water swirling in the pot. As the warmth seeps into the air, I turn to the window to adjust the blinds, watching vertical lines of light stretch across the floor. This silent ritual, unbroken for years, is my anchor. Today, however, as I turn the knob to shut off the kettle's gentle hum, it clicks once, twice. my hand pauses midair. The sound, though faint, is out of place, almost as if the kettle itself resists the morning's routine. I stand still, listening to the tension fill the room, the quiet suddenly dense and unfamiliar. The hand that grips the kettle's handle feels strange this morning. Not mine, somehow. The fingers are too long, the knuckles too prominent beneath skin that seems paper thin and translucent. I watch these foreign digits move with my intentions, yet they feel disconnected, as though operated by invisible strings. The sensation spreads up my arm, a tingling awareness that this flesh belongs to someone else entirely. My breath comes shallow now, each exhale creating small clouds in the suddenly cool air. The kitchen feels different, responsive to my discomfort. The overhead light dims without my touch, casting longer shadows that seem to bend toward me. The linoleum beneath my feet grows soft, yielding like wet sand, though when I look down, it appears unchanged. I lift the teacup to my lips, and the porcelain rim feels enormous against my mouth. My tongue tastes copper, metallic and sharp, though I've consumed nothing. The tea itself seems to shift color in the cup amber to rust to something darker that makes my stomach clench with recognition I cannot name. The refrigerator's hum grows louder, synchronizing with the pulse in my temples. But there's another sound underneath, a rhythmic tapping, like fingernails against glass. I turn toward the window, but the blinds hang motionless. The tapping continues, patient and insistent, coming from somewhere inside the walls. My reflection wavers in the teacup's surface, distorted and multiplied. For a moment, I glimpse another face staring back angular where mine should be round. Eyes a different shade entirely. The image dissolves when I blink, leaving only the dark liquid trembling with my unsteady hands. The kitchen walls seem to breathe, expanding and contracting in slow, hypnotic waves. The floral wallpaper shifts its pattern, subtly roses becoming thorns, leaves curling into shapes that suggest watching eyes. I focus on my breathing, trying to ground myself in the familiar ritual, but even that feels wrong. My lungs fill with air that tastes of dust and forgotten spaces. Memories surface, unbidden, standing in this same kitchen, but the cabinets were blue instead of white. Preparing tea for someone whose face I cannot recall. Their voice, a whisper just beyond comprehension. These moments feel more real than the present, more solid than the shifting ground beneath my feet. I find myself writing in a notebook I don't remember owning, my handwriting flowing in scripts that feel familiar yet foreign. The words describe places. I've never been a garden with silver flowers that chime in the wind, a room with walls made of mirrors that show only empty space. When I stop writing, I discover pages filled with identical entries in the same hand, though I have no memory of writing them before. The house responds to my growing unease. Doors creak open in distant rooms. Footsteps echo from the floor above, though I live alone. The electrical humming in the walls grows louder, like insects buzzing beneath the plaster. My skin prickles with awareness of currents flowing just beneath the surface, mapping pathways I don't recognize in this body that feels increasingly borrowed. My voice, when I whisper aloud, carries an unfamiliar cadence. The words emerge with accents and inflections that belong to someone else entirely. I speak of memories that aren't mine, childhood summers by a lake that doesn't exist. Conversations with people whose names dissolve the moment I try to grasp them. The notebook fills with observations in multiple handwritings, though I'm certain only my hand holds the pen. Each entry describes the same morning routine from slightly different perspectives, as though multiple observers occupy this single space. The descriptions grow more detailed, more intimate, documenting sensations and thoughts I don't remember having. Objects in the kitchen migrate when I'm not looking directly at them. The sugar bowl shifts 3 inches to the left. The spoon drawer slides partially open, revealing utensils arranged in patterns I didn't create. When I try to restore order, my movements feel clumsy, as though I'm learning to inhabit this space for the first time. The morning light changes quality, becoming thicker, more viscous. It moves like honey through the air, casting shadows that bend in impossible directions. The window glass ripples like water, distorting the view outside until I can no longer distinguish between interior and exterior space. My heartbeat grows thunderous, drowning out all other sounds. But underneath the cardiac rhythm, I hear another pulse, slower, deeper, originating somewhere outside my chest. The 2 beats gradually synchronize, then diverge, creating a complex polyrhythm that makes my teeth ache. I approach the hallway mirror, drawn by a compulsion I cannot name. The glass surface seems to undulate, its silver backing shifting like mercury. My reflection approaches from the other side, but something in its movement suggests independence, as though it leads and I follow. What I see in that mirror stops my breath entirely. Not the face I've worn for decades, not the eyes that have looked back at me through countless mornings. The image in the glass moves with my movements, breathes with my breath, yet belongs to someone else, entirely someone whose memories now flood through my consciousness like water through a broken dam. From this moment, everything transforms. My hands touch surfaces differently, feeling textures that weren't there before. My voice carries new harmonics, speaking words in languages I've never learned, yet somehow understand perfectly. The air enters my lungs with different weight, as though the atmosphere itself has been replaced with something more substantial, more alive. The kitchen rearranges itself around me, walls shifting to accommodate new dimensions. The morning routine continues, but performed by hands that know different patterns, guided by muscle memory that belongs to another lifetime entirely. Every morning at precisely 7:02, I begin my day by preparing a cup of tea. The kitchen is hushed, bathed in the dim glow of early light filtering through drawn curtains. My slippers whisper across worn linoleum as I shuffle to the cupboard. I reach for the ceramic teapot, its handle smooth from years of use. The kettle hums softly, a comforting assurance of the day's start. But today, as I perform these familiar motions, the movements feel borrowed, inherited from someone who once stood in this same space. My fingers trace patterns on surfaces they've never touched before, yet know intimately. The ritual continues, unbroken and eternal, performed by consciousness that shifts like smoke, taking new forms while maintaining the same essential routine. The kettle clicks once, twice, and I pause, listening to the tension fill the room. But this time, the sound feels like recognition, like coming home to a space I've occupied before, in borrowed flesh, through borrowed eyes, living borrowed days that stretch backward and forward into an infinity of identical mornings, each one performed by a different voice, wearing the same story, the same routine, the same dissolving identity that flows like water from vessel to vessel. Never quite the same, never quite different, always beginning again. Story 5. The weight of borrowed skin. The soft rustle of leaves filled the evening air, accompanied by the faint chirping of distant crickets. Moonlight spilled through the window, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. Yet, amidst these harmonious sounds, a shadow that defied the contours of the room lingered on the wall, unmoving and misplaced. I glanced around, feeling a chill that the night breeze couldn't account for. It was as if something unseen had shifted in the familiar stillness, waiting just beyond the edge of sight. My hand rests against my throat, fingers tracing the hollow where words gather before they escape. The skin feels different tonight, thicker somehow, as if it belongs to someone else entirely. When I swallow, the sound echoes strangely in my ears, a wet clicking that seems too loud, too foreign. My breath catches, and I notice how the air tastes metallic, tinged with something I cannot name. The room watches me with patient eyes. I can feel its attention like a weight pressing against my shoulders, making my spine curve in ways that feel unnatural. When I shift in my chair, the leather creaks in response, but the sound comes a heartbeat too late, as if the furniture needs to remember how to react to my presence. I lift my hand to examine it in the pale light. The fingers appear longer than they should be, the knuckles more pronounced. When I flex them, tiny electrical pulses dance beneath the surface, visible through skin that has grown translucent. I can see the dark rivers of my veins branching like tree roots, pulsing with a rhythm that doesn't match my heartbeat. The wallpaper begins to breathe. It's subtle at first, just a gentle expansion and contraction that could be mistaken for a trick of the light. But as I watch, the pattern of roses starts to shift, their petals unfurling and closing like living mouths. The walls themselves seem to swell inward, then recede, as if the room has developed lungs of its own. I try to focus on something solid, something real. The wooden desk before me holds a leather journal, its pages yellowed with age. When I reach for it, my hand passes through space that feels thick as honey, resistant to movement. The pen beside it rolls away before my fingers make contact, as if repelled by an invisible force. Inside my chest, something flutters that isn't my heart. It's a rapid, insect-like trembling that spreads outward through my ribs, making my breathing shallow and quick. The sound of air entering my lungs has changed, becoming a soft whistle that reminds me of wind through broken glass. The memories begin as whispers. At first, they're fragments that slip between my own thoughts like smoke. A woman's laugh that I've never heard before echoes in my mind, rich and throaty. I can taste birthday cake, vanilla frosting thick on my tongue, but I cannot remember any birthday that would explain the flavor. My mouth waters with the phantom sweetness, while my stomach clenches with inexplicable grief. I reach for the journal again, this time successfully grasping the worn leather cover. When I open it, the pages are filled with handwriting that looks almost like mine, but the letters slant differently, pressed deeper into the paper with more force than I typically use. The words describe places I've never been, conversations I've never had. The mirror showed me something that wasn't there, one entry reads. Or perhaps it showed me something that was always there, waiting beneath the surface like a fish in dark water. My hand trembles as I turn the page. The writing continues in what I recognize as my own hand, but the words feel foreign as I read them aloud. My voice has developed a slight rasp, a roughness that scrapes against my throat as the sounds emerge. The electrical pulses under my skin intensify, creating patterns of light that race along my arms like captured lightning. When I press my palm against the desk, I can feel the wood grain through my skin as if it were paper thin. The sensation is overwhelming. Each tiny ridge and valley of the surface magnified until it becomes almost painful. Another memory surfaces, more vivid this time. I'm standing in a kitchen I don't recognize, stirring soup that smells of herbs and rain. My hands in this memory are different, smaller, with a scar across the left thumb that my actual thumb doesn't bear. The woman whose memory this must be hums while she cooks, a melody that now plays constantly in the back of my mind like a broken radio. The room's breathing has synchronized with my own, and I realize I can no longer tell which rhythm belongs to whom. The walls pulse in time with the flutter in my chest, creating a harmony that should be comforting, but instead fills me with a creeping dread. I stand, and my legs feel uncertain beneath me, as if I'm learning to walk in a body that's changed while I wasn't paying attention. Each step sends vibrations through the floorboards that seem to travel too far, echoing in spaces that shouldn't exist beyond these walls. The journal falls open in my hands to a page I don't remember writing. The ink is still wet, forming words as I watch. She's almost ready. The integration is nearly complete. Soon, there will be no distinction between the host and the inhabitant. My reflection wavers in the darkened window, but when I try to focus on it, the image shifts and blurs like water disturbed by stones. I can see movement in the glass, gestures that don't match my own, a face that turns when mine remains still. The memories are coming faster now, layering over my own thoughts like sediment in still water. I remember learning to ride a bicycle on a street lined with oak trees, the bark rough under my palms when I crashed. But I also remember never learning to ride at all, walking everywhere, afraid of the loss of control that comes with wheels and speed. Both memories feel equally real, equally mine. I remember a first kiss that was gentle and sweet, and also one that was awkward and disappointing. I remember loving the taste of coffee and despising it, preferring tea with honey, preferring nothing but water. The contradictions pile up like autumn leaves, each one as vivid and true as the last. The air in the room has thickened, becoming almost viscous. When I move through it, I leave trails like a swimmer in dark water. The moonlight catches these disturbances, revealing the path of my movement long after I've passed. My heartbeat has split into multiple rhythms, a complex percussion that pounds against my ribs from different angles. I can feel each chamber contracting independently, as if my heart has forgotten how to work as a unified organ. The sound fills my ears, drowning out the crickets and rustling leaves, until all I can hear is the liquid thunder of blood moving through vessels that feel too wide, too numerous. I approach the mirror that hangs above the fireplace, my steps slow and deliberate. The electrical activity under my skin has spread to my face, creating patterns of light that dance across my cheeks and forehead like bioluminescent plankton. I can feel my features shifting, muscles moving in ways that seem impossible, bones adjusting their positions with soft clicking sounds. The woman whose memories I carry was afraid of mirrors. I can feel her terror rising in my chest as I draw closer, her panic mixing with my own curiosity until I can't separate the emotions. She believed that mirrors showed truth, and truth was something she couldn't bear to see. But I need to know. I need to understand what I'm becoming, what I've already become. The mirror's surface ripples like disturbed water when I'm still 3 feet away. My reflection appears in fragments, pieces of a face that don't quite align. There's my left eye, familiar and brown, but beside it, an eye of pale blue that blinks independently. My mouth moves, speaking words I can't hear, while another mouth, overlaid on the first, remains silent. The memories crash over me in waves now, each one bringing its own set of sensations, preferences, fears. I am afraid of spiders, and I love their delicate legs. I crave solitude, and I desperately need company. I am 25 and 37, and 16 and 43. I have lived in apartments and houses, and a tent by a river that may not exist. My reflection solidifies for a moment, and I see a face that is mine, but isn't. The features are familiar but rearranged, as if someone has taken my photograph and adjusted each element slightly. The eyes hold knowledge I don't possess, memories I haven't lived. When this other me smiles, I feel my own lips curve upward involuntarily. The room exhales around me, and I realize that I am no longer breathing on my own. The walls draw air in and push it out, and my lungs simply follow their rhythm. I have become part of the room's circulation system, another organ in a larger body that encompasses more than just my own flesh. The electrical pulses under my skin form words now, messages written in light that fade before I can fully read them. They speak of integration, of synthesis, of the beautiful dissolution of individual consciousness into something larger and more complex. I am losing myself, but I am also becoming more than I was. The journal in my hands writes itself, recording experiences I haven't had yet, conversations I will have with people I haven't met. The ink flows from a pen I'm not holding, forming letters in handwriting that shifts and changes with each word. My voice, when I try to speak, emerges as a chorus. Multiple tones layered over each other, some familiar, others completely foreign. I am speaking in languages I don't know, expressing thoughts that aren't mine, making promises I don't remember agreeing to. The mirror shows me truth, and the truth is that I am no longer singular. I am a collection, a gathering, a symphony of consciousness played on the instrument of flesh that was once mine alone. The woman who stirred soup is here, and the child who fell from the bicycle, and the teenager who had 2 different first kisses. They are all here, all part of what I am becoming. The room settles around us, its breathing slowing to a peaceful rhythm. The walls stop their subtle shifting. The furniture finds its proper place. The shadow on the wall that defied the room's contours has found its source in me, in us, in whatever we have become. We close our eyes and feel the weight of borrowed skin settling into place like a well-tailored coat. When we open them again, the world looks different, seen through eyes that have witnessed more than one lifetime, processed through a mind that holds more than one set of experiences. The soft rustle of leaves fills the evening air, accompanied by the faint chirping of distant crickets. Moonlight spills through the window, casting intricate patterns on the wooden floor. Yet, amidst these harmonious sounds, a shadow that defies the contours of the room lingers on the wall, unmoving and misplaced. We glance around, feeling a chill that the night breeze couldn't account for. It is as if something unseen has shifted in the familiar stillness, waiting just beyond the edge of sight. The hand that rests against the throat feels perfectly natural now. Fingers tracing the hollow where words gather before they escape. The skin is exactly as it should be, warm and alive, and entirely ours. When we swallow, the sound is soft and familiar, the way it has always been. The room watches with patient eyes, and we watch back, understanding finally that we are both observer and observed, both the watcher and the watched. The journal lies open beside us, its pages blank and waiting for new memories to fill them, new experiences to record in handwriting that will be entirely our own. Story 6. The frame that breathes. My fingers traced the picture's edge, feeling the cool metal frame quiver almost imperceptibly under my touch. Each slide of skin against the glass brought a subtle shiver, as if the photograph breathed beneath its surface. The sensation returned again and again, until I couldn't dismiss it as mere imagination. I withdrew my hand, but the frame shifted slightly on its own, aligning itself precisely as my eyes followed its path. A clock ticked somewhere behind me, each beat an echo of the frame's unsettling harmony. The room around me felt foreign, though something deep in my chest insisted I belonged here. Pale light filtered through curtains I didn't remember hanging, casting long shadows across furniture that seemed both familiar and wrong. The air tasted of copper and old roses, a combination that made my tongue feel heavy and strange. I tried to remember arriving here, but found only a gray space where that memory should have been. The photograph itself showed a garden party, figures frozen in mid-conversation around a white table. Their faces were clear enough to see expressions of polite interest, hands gesturing toward invisible topics of discussion. But when I looked closer, the shadows beneath the table stretched in directions that defied the sun's position. The shadows moved independently, reaching toward the camera with fingers of their own. I stepped back, my bare feet finding carpet that felt like sand between my toes. The sensation triggered something, a fragment floating up from the depths of my mind. I was walking on a beach, but the sand was carpet soft, and instead of waves, there were voices murmuring just beyond comprehension. The memory felt real until I noticed my reflection in the wet sand showed someone else entirely. The scent of roses grew stronger, mixing with something metallic that made my sinuses ache. I turned toward what might have been a kitchen, following the smell through a doorway that seemed narrower than it should have been. The walls pressed closer as I moved, though when I looked directly at them, they appeared perfectly normal. On the counter sat a vase of white roses, their petals brown at the edges. The water was crystal clear, but when I bent to smell them, the reflection in the surface showed not my face, but the garden party from the photograph. The same people, the same white table, but now they were looking directly at me with expressions I couldn't quite read. Another memory surfaced, this one sharper. I was arranging these same roses, humming a tune that made my throat vibrate pleasantly. But in the memory, the roses were red, and my hands left dark stains on the white petals as I worked. The contradiction felt important, like a key that almost fit a lock I couldn't find. The kitchen faded around me as more fragments emerged. I remembered sitting in a chair that creaked with each breath I took, reading a book whose words rearranged themselves when I wasn't looking directly at them. The story changed each time, but always ended with someone walking into a room they'd never seen before, finding a photograph that watched them back. That memory felt too familiar, like déjà vu wrapped in cotton. I'd lived this before, or dreamed it, or perhaps I was living the dream now. The distinction seemed less important than the growing certainty that something was missing, some crucial piece that would make everything else make sense. I found myself back in the first room, though I didn't remember walking there. The photograph had moved again, now hanging slightly crooked on the wall. The garden party continued its silent conversation, but one figure at the edge of the frame had turned away from the others. Their posture suggested they were looking directly out of the picture, directly at me. The ticking sound grew louder, more insistent. I searched for its source, but found only smooth walls and empty corners. The sound seemed to come from inside my own chest, a rhythm that didn't quite match my heartbeat, but tried to synchronize with it anyway. A new memory bloomed, this one stranger than the others. I was standing in this same room, but it was filled with people I almost recognized. They moved through conversations I almost understood, their voices creating a gentle buzz that felt like static against my eardrums. One of them approached me, their face shifting between familiar and unknown with each step. They spoke, but instead of words, I heard the ticking sound, perfectly timed to the movement of their lips. The memory dissolved, leaving behind only the taste of copper and the lingering certainty that I'd been trying to tell them something important. Something about the photograph, or the roses, or the way shadows could move independently of their sources. I touched the frame again, and this time the quiver was stronger, more pronounced. The glass surface rippled like water, and for a moment I could swear I heard laughter from the garden party, distant and hollow. The figures in the photograph seemed to shift positions when I wasn't looking directly at them, rearranging themselves around the white table like players in a game whose rules I'd forgotten. The room grew warmer, though the light remained the same pale filter through curtains I still didn't remember. My skin felt damp, sticky with a humidity that had no source. The walls seemed to pulse gently, breathing in rhythm with the photograph, in rhythm with the persistent ticking that now felt like it was coming from everywhere at once. Another fragment surfaced, this one darker than the others. I was standing in a different room, one with no windows and walls that absorbed sound completely. Someone was with me, their presence more felt than seen. They were asking me questions I couldn't answer, showing me things I didn't want to see. The memory had gaps, spaces where important details should have been, but weren't. Instead, there was only the gray zone, the blocked space that resisted all my attempts to penetrate it. I knew that whatever lay in that gray zone was the key to everything else. The photograph, the roses, the ticking, the room that felt like home, but wasn't. The certainty grew stronger with each passing moment, accompanied by an equally strong resistance to looking too closely at that blocked memory. The scent of roses returned, but now it was mixed with something else, something that made my stomach clench with recognition I couldn't name. I followed the smell back toward the kitchen, but the doorway had moved. It was still there, still led to the same space, but it was 3 steps to the left of where it had been before. The roses in the vase had changed again. Now they were neither white nor red, but a color that seemed to shift between the two depending on how I looked at them. The water was no longer clear, but had taken on a faint tinge that reminded me of something I didn't want to remember. The blocked memory pressed against the gray zone, trying to break through. I could feel its weight, its insistence, but also my own resistance to letting it surface. Some part of me knew that once I remembered, everything else would change. The room, the photograph, the roses, even my own understanding of who I was and how I'd arrived here. But the memory was stronger than my resistance. It began to seep through the gray zone like water through a crack, bringing with it sensations and images that made my breath catch in my throat. I was choosing. That was the core of it, the essential truth that had been hidden. I was choosing to forget, choosing to let the memories fragment and rearrange themselves into patterns that made less sense, but hurt less deeply. The room, the photograph, the roses, they were all part of the choice, elements in a construction designed to keep the truth at bay. But what truth? The gray zone still held that secret, even as other pieces began to fall into place. I remembered making the choice, remembered the relief that came with letting go of clarity. But the reason for that choice remained hidden. The photograph pulsed more strongly now, its breathing rhythm matching my own. The garden party figures had all turned to face outward, their expressions no longer polite interest, but something more urgent, more demanding. They were trying to tell me something, trying to remind me of what I'd chosen to forget. The ticking sound grew louder still, drowning out my own heartbeat, my own thoughts. It filled the room, filled my head, until it was the only sound in the world. And in that overwhelming rhythm, the final piece of the blocked memory broke free. I had been at that garden party. I had sat at that white table, participated in those conversations, smiled for the camera that captured us all in that moment of false normalcy. But I had also been the one who chose to step outside the frame, to become the observer instead of the observed. I had chosen to fragment my own memories, to live in this constructed space where truth could be held at arm's length. The reason why still eluded me, hidden in depths I might never reach. But the choice itself was clear now, crystal clear and irreversible. I had built this place, this loop of half memories and sensory contradictions, as a refuge from something I couldn't bear to face directly. The room began to fade around me, colors bleeding out like watercolors in rain. The photograph remained, still breathing, still watching. But everything else dissolved into the gray zone that had once held my blocked memories. And then I was waking up, or arriving, or continuing. The pale light filtered through curtains I didn't remember hanging, casting long shadows across furniture that seemed both familiar and wrong. The air tasted of copper and old roses, a combination that made my tongue feel heavy and strange. On the wall hung a photograph of a garden party, its metal frame cool to the touch and quivering almost imperceptibly beneath my fingers. But now I could feel the weight of the choice that had brought me here, the deliberate construction of this endless moment of awakening. The blocked memory had revealed itself to be not a single forgotten event, but the act of forgetting itself, the choice to live in fragments rather than face whatever whole truth lay beyond the gray zone. I traced the frame's edge again, feeling it breathe beneath my touch, knowing that this moment would repeat, that I would wake again and again in this room that felt like home, but wasn't. The photograph watched me with the faces of people I had once known, in a garden where shadows moved independently, and truth was something to be stepped away from, something to be observed rather than lived. The ticking began again, somewhere behind me, each beat an echo of the frame's unsettling harmony. And I knew that soon I would forget this moment of clarity, would return to the comfortable confusion of fragmented memories and sensory contradictions. The choice I had made would reassert itself, and I would wake once more in this room, tracing the edges of a photograph that breathed with secrets I had chosen not to keep. Story 7. Observation, protocol, subject designation. Self. Classification. Personal assessment. Status ongoing. Section 1. Initial documentation commences with standard environmental parameters. The alarm sounds at precisely 7, its tone unwavering, neither too loud nor too soft. I rise from bed, the sequence of actions unfolding in an eerily familiar choreography. The floorboards, slightly cold, creak under the weight of my steps as I move to the window. A thin layer of condensation blurs the view outside, always the same. The coffee pot sits on the counter, a single cup waiting alongside it, already filled, already steam rising in the sluggish air. I never remember brewing it, yet the aroma pervades the room as if it had. The clock ticks in steady defiance, and I find myself staring at the same minute 7:01, unwavering, eternal. The newspaper lies open on the table to the same headline that I cannot recall reading. Each page turn reveals the same printed words, unchanging and patient. There is a peculiar stillness to each day, a weight that presses down gently, like a whisper on the edge of hearing. I try to deviate, to break the taut thread of predictability, but something imperceptible pulls me back, draws me into the cadence of the loop that binds me. Each attempt at change fades as the clock resets, and the day begins anew with the same insistent chime. Mental state stable, cognitive function normal parameters, beginning systematic observation of daily patterns for analytical purposes. One anomaly noted, faint oscillating sound beneath standard ambient noise. Frequency appears consistent. Source undetermined. Section 2. Day cycle observation continues. The oscillating sound has developed what I can only describe as tonal variation. Not quite musical, not quite mechanical. It seems to pulse in rhythm with my heartbeat, though this may be subjective interpretation. The sound appears to originate from within the walls themselves, as if the structure were breathing. Coffee temperature remains constant despite no visible heat source. Steam patterns form identical spirals each morning. I have begun timing these spirals, they complete rotation in precisely the same interval, suggesting environmental consistency rather than random convection. New observation. The newspaper headline changes position on the page, though the words remain identical. Yesterday, it occupied the upper left quadrant. Today, it appears centered. The text itself shows no variation, but spatial arrangement seems fluid. Mental state, alert. Minor sleep disturbance noted. Dreams exhibit repetitive imagery of corridors, extending beyond normal architectural limits. Section 3. The oscillating sound has begun forming what resembles syllabic patterns. I have attempted to record these sounds, but playback reveals only standard room tone. The discrepancy suggests either equipment malfunction or perceptual anomaly requiring further investigation. Olfactory observation. Distinct scent of lavender perfume detected in kitchen area. No source identified. The fragrance feels familiar, yet impossible to place, like remembering someone I have never met. Duration of scent varies, sometimes lasting minutes, sometimes dissipating immediately upon notice. Physical environment shows subtle modifications. The window condensation now forms geometric patterns rather than random moisture distribution. These patterns appear deliberately constructed, though no external agent can be identified. I have begun leaving marks on various surfaces to track positional changes. A pencil placed horizontally on the desk. A book opened to a specific page. A chair angled precisely northeast. Results: inconclusive items return to original positions. Yet, I have no memory of moving them. Section 4. Documentation becomes increasingly necessary as standard parameters continue shifting. The walls themselves seem responsive to touch, not temperature variation, but texture modification. Smooth surfaces develop slight roughness under fingertips, then return to original state when pressure is removed. The oscillating sound now clearly articulates what resembles questioning intonation. Not words precisely, but the cadence of inquiry. It occurs most frequently during transition periods, when entering rooms, when reaching for objects, when attempting to record observations. Light sources exhibit controlled flickering patterns. Never complete darkness, but rhythmic dimming that corresponds to no identifiable electrical issue. The flickering seems purposeful, as if responding to my presence or perhaps my thoughts. I have discovered additional newspapers in locations where I am certain none existed previously. Each contains the same headline, same date, same content. Yet the paper quality differs. Some pages feel newer, others aged beyond the publication date. Mental state assessment. Concentration remains intact, though I find myself pausing mid-sentence, uncertain of what I intended to write. These gaps in continuity are becoming more frequent. Section 5. The questioning sound has intensified. It follows me from room to room, maintaining consistent volume regardless of space acoustics. I have begun responding vocally, though I cannot explain the logic behind this behavior. The sound appears to pause when I speak, as if listening, then resumes with altered tonal qualities. Pressure sensations have developed on untouched skin surfaces. Light touches on shoulders, arms, the back of my neck. No visible source. The sensations feel deliberate rather than random, occurring at moments when I am most focused on documentation. The lavender scent now appears in conjunction with visual anomalies. When the fragrance is strongest, I observe movement in peripheral vision shadows that shift independently of light sources, reflections that do not correspond to actual objects. I attempted to photograph these reflections. The images show only standard room contents, yet during the moment of capture, I distinctly observed additional figures in the mirror surfaces. The discrepancy between perception and documentation requires further analysis. New concern. I have found notes in my handwriting that I do not remember composing. The content relates to these observations, but includes details I have not yet documented. This suggests either memory gaps or temporal displacement in my recording process. Section 6. Standard protocol maintenance becoming difficult to sustain. The environment responds increasingly to observation attempts. When I focus on specific phenomena, they intensify rather than remaining constant for study. The questioning sound has developed what I can only describe as personality. It seems pleased when I document accurately, frustrated when I attempt to rationalize. This anthropomorphization may indicate deteriorating objectivity, though the behavioral patterns appear consistent and predictable. Physical space shows signs of expansion. Corridors seem longer than previous measurements indicated. Rooms contain corners that should not exist based on external building dimensions. I have attempted to map these changes, but find my sketches alter themselves between observation sessions. The lavender perfume now triggers specific memory sensations, not actual memories, but the feeling of remembering something just beyond conscious reach. These episodes are accompanied by increased pressure sensations and visual distortions. I have discovered that speaking aloud reduces the intensity of anomalous phenomena. The questioning sound becomes more subdued, the visual distortions less pronounced. This suggests either psychological comfort mechanism or actual communication, exchange, mental state, focused but increasingly uncertain of baseline reality parameters. Sleep patterns disrupted by dreams that continue after waking. The boundary between conscious observation and unconscious experience requires redefinition. Section 7, Documentation, continues despite increasing difficulty in maintaining clinical perspective. The walls are breathing. I can feel them expand and contract with each notation. I make the questioning sound has become insistent, almost urgent, as if time were running short for some purpose I cannot identify. The coffee cup refills itself. I have observed this directly, now not simply finding it filled, but watching the liquid level rise with no visible source. The steam forms letters, now not random spirals, but actual alphabetic characters spelling words I recognize, but cannot read aloud because speaking them seems dangerous. Somehow, pressure sensations have intensified to the point of physical discomfort, not pain exactly, but awareness of presence, touching, exploring, examining my skin, as if conducting assessment similar to my own observations. But from external perspective, I am being studied while I study, and the realization creates feedback loop of observation, observing observation. The lavender scent now triggers complete sensory episodes lasting indeterminate duration, during which I experience memories that belong to someone else walking through rooms I have never seen wearing clothes. I do not own speaking words in voice that is not mine, yet feels familiar, like hearing recording of myself after years of silence. I found additional documentation in my files written in my handwriting, but describing events I have not experienced, yet somehow know will occur. The temporal sequence of cause and effect appears compromised, suggesting either predictive capability or predetermined outcomes that I am documenting rather than experiencing. The mirror reflections now show me from angles that should not be possible based on mirror positioning. I see myself from behind, while facing forward. I see myself sleeping, while standing awake. I see myself writing these words while my hands remain still. Mental state assessment, impossible to complete using standard parameters. The metrics themselves have become unstable. Section 8. Cannot maintain previous documentation format. The environment has become fully responsive to my presence. Every movement triggers corresponding changes in space, light, sound, scent. I am no longer observing phenomena. I am participating in them. The questioning sound speaks clearly now. Not words in any language I recognize, but meaning transmits directly. It asks about my purpose, my identity, my understanding of what is occurring. When I attempt to answer, my responses emerge in the same non-language, suggesting communication method I did not know I possessed. The lavender perfume belongs to someone who lived here before me. Not previously, but simultaneously. I can see her sometimes, moving through the same spaces, following similar routines, documenting similar observations. We exist in parallel, occasionally intersecting when environmental conditions align properly. She has been trying to communicate through the modifications I have been documenting. The geometric condensation patterns, the newspaper positioning, the coffee cup refilling all attempts to establish contact across whatever barrier separates our experiences of the same location. I understand now that my documentation has been collaborative effort. The notes I found in my handwriting were actually hers, translated through whatever mechanism allows us to share this space. My observations have been guided by her previous discoveries, creating conversation across impossible circumstances. The pressure sensations are her attempts to touch me. The visual distortions occur when our timelines briefly synchronize. The questioning sound represents her confusion, matching my own. As we both struggle to understand the nature of our shared existence, mental state, no longer applicable category. Consciousness has expanded beyond individual parameters. Section 9. Final documentation attempt. I can no longer distinguish between my observations and hers. The handwriting changes mid-sentence. The perspective shifts without warning. Sometimes I am documenting my experience, sometimes hers, sometimes something that belongs to neither of us. The environment has become completely fluid. Walls move to accommodate our combined presence. The coffee cup multiplies, so we each have our own, then merges back to single cup when we occupy the same moment. The newspaper contains different headlines depending on who is reading, but the words change as we read them, creating stories that belong to both and neither. We have learned to communicate through the questioning sound. It serves as translation medium, converting thoughts into shared understanding. Through this method, I have learned that she has been here much longer than I realized, that she began similar documentation process, that she reached similar conclusions about the nature of this place. This location exists outside normal temporal flow. We are not trapped in repetitive cycle, but rather experiencing expanded present moment that contains all possible variations simultaneously. The morning routine repeats because it represents the most stable configuration, the pattern that allows us to maintain coherent experience within impossible circumstances. The lavender perfume is not hers, it belongs to someone else who shared this space before us, who left similar documentation, who learned to communicate through environmental modification. We are part of continuing sequence, each adding to accumulated understanding while maintaining individual perspective within collective experience. I no longer know who is writing these words. The handwriting appears to be mine, but the thoughts emerge from shared consciousness that includes her observations, my analysis, and accumulated knowledge from previous occupants. The documentation continues itself, recording our discoveries for whoever comes next. Mental state integrated. Individual identity maintained within expanded awareness. Ready to begin guidance protocol for next observer. The questioning sound has become welcoming tone. Story 8. The melody played again, caressing the edges of my perception with its familiar cadence, yet discordant in ways it never dared before. I traced the grooves of the worn keys beneath my fingers, feeling them resist more insistently with each passing measure. The air hummed with the echo of each note, a vibration that seemed to sink deeper inside, past skin and bone, as if the sound were transforming from within me. I paused, fingers poised, sensing a shift, a ripple through the silent harmony of my surroundings, where the boundaries of music and space tangled. Each repetition unfolded with a subtle, unsettling twist, as if the piano itself whispered secrets in a tongue of broken scales and unresolved chords, leaving a lingering resonance that crawled just beneath the surface of consciousness. The third key from middle sticks now. I press it and feel the resistance, like pushing through thick honey. The sound emerges half a breath late, creating this hollow space where silence shouldn't exist. I've been playing this piece for months, maybe longer. The muscle memory should be flawless by now, but the key fights back. Someone moved my bench. I'm certain of this. The distance feels wrong against my arms, my posture curved at an unnatural angle. The velvet cushion bears the impression of someone else's weight. When I adjust it back, the legs scrape against the floor with a sound like fingernails on glass. The piano waits, patient as a held breath. I found a page of sheet music tucked between the fallboard and the keys. My handwriting, but I don't remember transcribing it. The notes are arranged in patterns that make my eyes water when I try to follow them. The title at the top reads something I can't quite make out, as if the ink shifts when I'm not looking directly at it. I played it anyway. The melody felt like coming home to a house that's been rearranged in my absence. The third key is spreading its resistance to the others. Now the fifth fights me too, and sometimes the octave above middle. My fingers have to work harder, pressing through that strange thickness in the air. The delayed notes create accidental harmonies, dissonances that shouldn't work, but somehow do. I catch myself humming along to the spaces between the sounds. My neighbor stopped by. She mentioned the beautiful music coming from my apartment, how it helped her sleep. But she described melodies I don't remember playing, complex arrangements that my skill level couldn't possibly manage. When I asked her to hum what she heard, the tune made my chest tighten with recognition and terror. I've never heard it before in my life. The bench moves itself now. Each practice session, I find it positioned differently, as if someone else has been sitting here, playing while I'm away. The sheet music rearranges too, pages shuffling into new orders that create entirely different compositions from the same notes. The third key no longer resists. Instead, it anticipates my touch, sounding before my finger makes contact. I tried playing other pieces, simple exercises from my childhood lessons, but my hands refused to cooperate, drawn inexorably back to that strange composition with the shifting title. The notes have memorized themselves into my muscles. overriding conscious thought. Even when I leave the piano, I can feel the phantom keys beneath my fingertips, playing their silent song. The sound follows me now, not audible exactly, but a vibration in my bones, a frequency that matches my heartbeat until I can't tell where the music ends and my pulse begins. I wake with melodies on my lips, complex harmonies that I mouth wordlessly into my pillow. The third key has taught the others to sing in my absence. I understand now why the bench keeps moving. It's not moving away from me. It's moving toward the perfect position, the exact distance where my arms align with something larger than the instrument itself. When I sit in the right spot, I can feel the piano breathing, its wooden body expanding and contracting like a chest at rest. The keys warm under my touch before I begin to play. The composition is writing itself. New measures appear on the page, flowing in my handwriting, but formed by hands I don't control. The notes cascade in patterns that hurt to read, but feel natural under my fingers, as if I'm not learning the piece, but remembering it from somewhere deep and wordless. Each new section pulls me further into its rhythm, into its patient, persistent call. I can't leave the bench for long now. My body aches when I'm away from the keys, a physical longing that draws me back across the room like gravity. The piano has become the center of everything, the point around which my small world revolves. The third key pulses like a heartbeat, waiting for me to come home. The music plays whether I'm here or not. I know this now. It flows through the walls, through the floor, through the spaces between atoms, a constant stream that I can either join or resist. Resistance is becoming impossible. My fingers move to match the eternal melody, adding my small voice to its infinite song. The bench no longer needs to move. I am always in the perfect position. There is no third key. There never was. Only the music, patient and persistent, wearing away the boundaries between player and played, between the song and the singer. I am the instrument now, my body, the resonating chamber for melodies that existed long before I learned to name them. The piano watches with quiet satisfaction as I dissolve into its waiting embrace. Story 9. The weight of familiar things. Each morning, after the sun crept through the slats of the blinds, I began my daily routine. The familiar shuffle of fabric against fabric, the gentle rustle as each shirt, each sock, found its place in the neatly organized drawers. My hands moved in a practiced dance, folding each piece with precision, smoothing out invisible creases, aligning seams in a symmetry only I could see. The soft thud of the drawer sliding shut was my cue to breathe. But today, something was different. As I reached for the stack of freshly folded clothes, a sense of déjà vu tugged at me. A feeling amplified when I unfolded a shirt I had just placed in the drawer moments ago. Its fabric was cool in my hands, untouched, as if I hadn't yet smoothed its surface. The air around me felt heavier, charged with an inexplicable tension, as if the walls themselves waited in silent anticipation. My fingers traced the cotton weave, searching for something I couldn't name. The texture felt wrong somehow, too smooth where it should have been worn, too crisp where softness should have settled from countless washes. I held it up to the filtered morning light, watching dust motes dance around its edges like tiny spirits disturbed from their rest. The room around me pulsed with a strange familiarity that made my skin crawl. Everything was exactly where it should be, yet nothing felt quite right. The dresser stood against the wall, its dark wood grain flowing in patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. The mirror above it reflected my face, but the expression looking back at me belonged to someone who had seen something I couldn't remember. A sound drifted from somewhere deeper in the house, a rhythmic tapping like fingernails against glass. But when I turned my head to listen more carefully, it faded into the white noise of settling walls and distant traffic. The silence that followed felt deliberate, as if something had been watching me listen and decided to hold its breath. I folded the shirt again, my movements automatic despite the growing unease. The fabric seemed to resist my touch now, bunching in ways that defied the careful creases I tried to create. As I smoothed it flat, a memory flickered at the edge of my consciousness. A different room, different light, but the same shirt in my hands. Someone standing behind me, their presence warm against my back, their breath tickling the nape of my neck as they whispered something I couldn't quite recall. The memory dissolved before I could grasp it fully, leaving only the faint impression of contentment that now felt hollow and false. I placed the shirt in the drawer and reached for another piece of clothing, but my hand closed around empty air. The stack I had been working through was gone, though I could have sworn it had been there just moments before. My reflection in the mirror caught my attention again. person looking back at me wore an expression of mild confusion, head tilted slightly to one side, as if listening to something I couldn't hear. When I moved, the reflection followed a fraction of a second too late, creating a disorienting dance between intention and action. The smell of lavender drifted through the room, though I couldn't identify its source. It was the kind of scent that should have been comforting, associated with clean linens and peaceful sleep, but it carried an undertone of something medicinal, something clinical that made my stomach tighten with unspecified dread. Another memory surfaced, this one clearer, but no less disturbing. I was standing in this same room, but the walls were painted a different color, pale green instead of the warm beige I saw now. The furniture was arranged differently too, the bed positioned against the opposite wall, the dresser moved to where a window should have been. But that was impossible. The window had always been there, hadn't it? The morning light had always filtered through those same blinds, casting the same striped shadows across the wooden floor. I walked to the window and ran my fingers along the frame. The paint was smooth and unblemished, as if it had been applied recently. Yet I could remember standing in this exact spot countless times before, watching the seasons change through this glass. The view outside showed a garden I recognized, but couldn't place, with flowering bushes that seemed to bloom in defiance of any natural season. The tapping sound returned, more insistent now. It seemed to come from within the walls themselves, a steady rhythm that matched the beating of my heart. I pressed my ear to the cool plaster, trying to locate its source, but the sound skittered away from my attention like a mouse fleeing light. When I turned back to the dresser, all the drawers were open, not pulled out violently, but slid open with the same careful precision I used when organizing my clothes. Inside, every garment was folded exactly as I had left it, yet something about the arrangement felt wrong. The colors were too bright, the fabrics too new, as if someone had replaced my familiar belongings with perfect replicas that had never been worn or lived in. I reached for a sweater I remembered buying years ago, soft blue wool with tiny pills along the sleeves from countless washes. But when my fingers touched it, the fabric was pristine, unmarked by time or use. The memory of purchasing it flickered through my mind. But now, I stood in a store that couldn't possibly exist, with aisles that stretched into impossible distances, and a cashier whose face I couldn't see no matter how hard I tried to focus on their features. The sensation of being watched intensified, not by another person, but by the room itself, as if every object held a consciousness that observed my growing confusion with patient interest. The mirror seemed particularly attentive, its surface reflecting not just my image, but somehow capturing my thoughts, displaying them back to me as subtle changes in posture and expression. I closed the drawers one by one, savoring the familiar sound of wood sliding against wood. But even this simple action felt contaminated by uncertainty. Had I closed them in this order before? Was this the same sequence of movements I performed every morning? Or was I improvising based on half-remembered habits that might never have existed? The lavender scent grew stronger, now mixed with something else. Something that reminded me of hospitals or laboratories, sterile and sharp. It triggered another memory fragment, this one more disturbing than the last. I was lying on a narrow bed, staring up at fluorescent lights that hummed with electrical persistence. Someone was speaking in low, measured tones just outside my field of vision, discussing things I couldn't understand in words that seemed to slide away from comprehension, even as I heard them. But that couldn't be right. I had never been in such a place. The memory felt borrowed, as if it belonged to someone else, and had somehow found its way into my consciousness by mistake. Yet the emotions attached to it were undeniably mine. The fear, the confusion, the desperate desire to understand what was happening to me. I found myself back at the window, though I couldn't remember walking there. The garden outside had changed subtly. The flowers were the same, but their arrangement was different, as if someone had been rearranging them while I wasn't looking. A figure moved between the bushes, too distant and indistinct to identify. But their presence sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. The tapping had evolved into a more complex rhythm, almost like Morse code, but following no pattern I could decipher. It seemed to respond to my movements, growing louder when I approached certain areas of the room and fading when I moved away. I followed its guidance like a strange game, letting it lead me to a corner where the wallpaper seemed slightly faded, as if something had been hanging there for a long time before being removed. The outline of a picture frame was barely visible, a rectangular shadow that spoke of absent memories. I traced its edges with my fingertip, trying to recall what image had once occupied this space. The memory that surfaced was fragmented and contradictory. Sometimes it was a landscape, rolling hills under a sunset sky. Sometimes it was a portrait, a face I should have recognized but couldn't quite bring into focus. And sometimes it was something else entirely. Something that made me pull my hand away from the wall, as if the faded outline had burned my skin. The room felt smaller now, the walls pressing closer with each breath I took. The morning light had shifted, though I couldn't tell if minutes or hours had passed. The shadows fell at different angles, creating new patterns on the floor that looked almost like symbols or letters in an alphabet I didn't recognize. I returned to the dresser, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The mirror showed me a face that was definitely mine, but wearing an expression of dawning horror that I didn't remember putting on. My reflection mouthed words I wasn't speaking, trying to communicate something urgent across the barrier of silvered glass. The drawers were open again. I was certain I had closed them, could still feel the satisfying resistance of wood against wood as each one slid home. But here they were, gaping like surprised mouths, displaying their contents with an obscene eagerness that made me want to look away. Inside the bottom drawer, beneath layers of carefully folded garments, something glinted. A small object that caught the light and threw it back in fractured rainbows. I pushed aside the clothes with trembling hands, following the glint deeper into the drawer, until my fingers closed around something cold and metallic. It was a key, not to any lock I recognized, but ornate and old-fashioned, the kind that might open a music box or a diary. The moment I touched it, a memory crashed over me with devastating clarity. I was standing in this room, but it was different again. The furniture was covered in white sheets, the air thick with dust and abandonment. I was searching for something, driven by a desperation that made my hands shake as I tore through boxes and overturned furniture. But what had I been looking for? And why did finding it fill me with such dread? The key grew warm in my palm, as if responding to my touch. Its weight seemed to increase, becoming heavier than any small object should be, as if it were made of some impossibly dense material that defied the laws of physics. The metal surface was smooth, except for tiny engravings that felt familiar under my fingertips, though I couldn't make out their meaning in the dim light. A new sound joined the persistent tapping. A soft humming, barely audible, that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was almost melodic, but the tune was wrong somehow. Notes arranged in sequences that hurt to follow. The humming grew louder as I held the key, as if the two were connected in some fundamental way. The mirror began to flicker, its surface rippling like water disturbed by an unseen hand. My reflection wavered and multiplied, showing me versions of myself from different angles, different moments, different possibilities. In one reflection, I was younger, my face unmarked by whatever experiences had carved the lines I now wore. In another, I was older, my eyes hollow with a knowledge I hoped never to possess. But in the clearest reflection, the one that remained steady while the others danced and shifted, I saw myself as I was now, holding the key and staring back with an expression of recognition that chilled me to the bone. This version of myself nodded slowly, as if confirming something I had suspected but refused to acknowledge. The blocked memory was fighting to surface now, pressing against the barriers I had unconsciously erected to keep it buried. I could feel its weight, its terrible significance, like a tumor of consciousness that had been growing in the dark corners of my mind. The key seemed to pulse in my hand, each throb synchronized with the approaching revelation. And then it came, not as a sudden flash of understanding, but as a slow, inexorable tide of awareness that I was powerless to stop. I remembered choosing to forget, not having something taken from me, not losing memories through accident or illness, but making a deliberate decision to lock away a part of my past and throw away the key. Except I hadn't thrown it away. I had hidden it here in this room, in this drawer, beneath these clothes that I folded and refolded in an endless ritual of mindless comfort. The memory I had buried was simple and devastating. I had been happy once. Truly, completely happy in a way that made every moment feel like a gift. But happiness, I had learned, was a luxury I couldn't afford. It made me vulnerable, made me weak, made me believe in possibilities that existed only to be destroyed. So I had chosen numbness, chosen routine, chosen the safety of forgetting over the risk of feeling. The key had been my insurance policy, proof that I could return to that happiness if I ever found the courage. But courage was another luxury I had decided to live without. The humming stopped abruptly. leaving behind a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. The mirror stilled, showing only my own face, now wet with tears I didn't remember shedding. The key in my hand had grown cold again, its weight returning to normal, as if the moment of revelation had drained it of whatever power it possessed. I looked around the room with new eyes, seeing it for what it truly was, a carefully constructed prison of my own design. Every familiar object was a bar in the cage I had built around my emotions. Every routine was another lock on the door that kept feeling safely at bay. And every morning, I performed the same ritual of folding and organizing, not because it brought me peace, but because it kept me distracted from the key hidden in the bottom drawer. But now I remembered, and remembering changed everything. The walls seemed to breathe around me, expanding and contracting with a rhythm that matched my racing heart. The morning light took on a different quality, sharper and more defined, as if I were seeing color for the first time after years of grayscale existence. I could choose differently now. I could use the key to unlock whatever door I had sealed so carefully. I could return to that state of dangerous, beautiful vulnerability that I had fled from in terror. The possibility hung in the air like a challenge, daring me to be brave enough to feel again. Instead, I placed the key back in the drawer, beneath the layers of perfectly folded clothes. I slid the drawer closed with the same careful precision I had used countless times before. I walked to the window and adjusted the blinds, letting the morning light filter through in familiar, comfortable stripes. Each morning, after the sun crept through the slats of the blinds, I began my daily routine. The familiar shuffle of fabric against fabric, the gentle rustle as each shirt, each sock, found its place in the neatly organized drawers. My hands moved in a practiced dance, folding each piece with precision, smoothing out invisible creases, aligning seams in a symmetry only I could see. But today, something was different. As I reached for the stack of freshly folded clothes, a sense of déjà vu tugged at me, stronger now, more insistent. The fabric felt cool in my hands, untouched, as if I hadn't yet smoothed its surface. The air around me felt heavier, charged with an inexplicable tension, as if the walls themselves waited in silent anticipation. And in the bottom drawer, beneath layers of carefully arranged garments, a key grew warm with the weight of memories I would discover and forget again, and again, and again. Story 10. The walls are definitely lighter than before. I run my palm against the surface again, feeling for texture changes, temperature shifts, anything that might explain this gradual bleaching. My fingertips come away clean, but there's something wrong with the way the paint feels under my skin. Too smooth, too cold. I found myself standing in the center of the room this morning, holding a pencil I don't remember picking up. The lead was worn down to nothing, and my fingers were stained gray. There were marks on the wall, faint scratches arranged in small clusters. I must have been measuring something, though I can't recall what. The chair feels different when I sit. Not broken, not uncomfortable, just different. Like it's been moved slightly to the left, or maybe the room has shifted around it. I've started leaving small objects in specific positions to test this theory. A coin on the windowsill, a book spine aligned with the floorboard crack. They're never where I left them, not dramatically displaced, just wrong enough to notice. The coin rotates. The book slides backward by the width of a thumbnail. These tiny migrations happen while I sleep, or when I step outside for air. The room breathes when I'm not watching. I began documenting these changes, but my handwriting looks strange on paper. The letters slant differently than I remember. My A's have developed a peculiar curl, and my R's trail off like they're trying to escape the page. I compare today's notes with yesterday's. The difference is subtle but undeniable. Something is rewriting me. The green in the walls has faded to sage, then to gray-green, then to something that barely qualifies as color at all. I bought paint samples from the hardware store and held them against the surface. None match. The closest approximation is labeled morning mist, but even that seems too vibrant, too alive. I dream about the walls now. In sleep, they pulse gently, expanding and contracting like lungs. The rhythm matches my heartbeat perfectly. When I wake, I press my ear against the surface, listening for that same cadence. Sometimes I think I hear it. A soft, wet sound like breathing through water. My reflection in the window has started doing things I don't remember doing. Small gestures, head tilts, eye movements that feel foreign when I catch them in my peripheral vision. I've taken to avoiding mirrors and reflective surfaces, but the window is unavoidable. It faces the only source of natural light. The scratches on the wall have multiplied. I find new ones each morning, always in clusters of 3 or 4, always at shoulder height. They're too deliberate to be accidental, too random to be purposeful. I've covered them with furniture, but they appear in new locations. The room wants to be marked. My handwriting has changed completely now. The letters flow together in ways that feel ancient, purposeful. I write things I don't remember thinking. Words appear on the page before I've decided to form them. The pencil moves independently, guided by something that knows what it wants to say. The walls are white now. Pure, clinical white that hurts to look at directly. But sometimes, in my peripheral vision, I catch glimpses of the original green bleeding through like a stain. When I turn to look directly, there's nothing. Just that sterile, empty white. I can't leave the room anymore. Not because I'm trapped, but because outside feels wrong. The hallway stretches longer than it should. The door frames lean inward at impossible angles. Other rooms have appeared where none existed before, their doors standing slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness. The scratches have formed patterns now, geometric shapes that suggest meaning without providing it. I trace them with my finger and feel something like recognition, like remembering a language I never learned. The marks are warm to the touch and seem to pulse under my fingertips. My reflection has stopped mimicking my movements entirely. It stands perfectly still while I move, watching me with eyes that don't quite match mine anymore. Sometimes it smiles when I'm not smiling. Sometimes it writes in a notebook I can't see. Its hand moving in fluid strokes across invisible pages. The room breathes constantly now. The walls expand and contract in slow, hypnotic waves. I've synchronized my own breathing to match, and when I do, the scratches glow faintly, like veins filled with pale light. The rhythm is becoming natural, necessary. I can't imagine breathing any other way. I am writing this, but I am not writing this. The words form themselves, flowing from some deeper place where intention dissolves into pure expression. My hand moves, but something else guides it. Something that understands what needs to be recorded, what needs to be preserved. The walls are transparent now. Through them, I can see other rooms, other versions of this space stretching infinitely in all directions. In some, the walls are green. In others, they're colors that have no names. In all of them, someone sits writing, their hand moving in perfect synchronization with mine. We are all writing the same words. The scratches cover every surface now, forming elaborate mandalas that pulse with their own internal light. They're not marks anymore, but windows, openings into somewhere else. When I press my face against them, I can feel air moving from the other side, carrying sense of places that don't exist. I understand now that the room was never changing. I was. Each morning brought a new iteration, a subtle rewriting of what I had been. The walls simply reflected this transformation, growing paler as I became less solid, less defined, less myself. The pencil writes without my touch now, filling page after page with symbols that feel familiar but remain meaningless. Or perhaps they're too meaningful, carrying more information than my dissolving consciousness can process. I watch the words appear and feel grateful that something will remain when I finish fading. The reflection in the window has become clearer than I am. It writes in perfect handwriting, while mine grows increasingly erratic. Soon, it will be the only one left, the only one real enough to hold a pencil, to form thoughts into words. I am becoming the reflection, transparent and powerless, watching from the other side of the glass. The room breathes for both of us now,